supports growth for all countries because it's a sustainable energy source. We're not opposing nuclear energy.
Point of supplementary.
Granted.
Energy independence, meaning to stand for one's own. If the delegate of Serbia is targeting independence, then how will you ensure global growth together as a nation? As a world.
Our amendment is saying that each country, every country shouldn't be forced into nuclear energy. Each country should decide if they want to, based off if they can afford it, they have the land to do it. So we're not forced, we're just saying that we don't want to force it on anyone, force any country to make nuclear energy. It's only countries that can afford it.
Thanks, King.
Delegates, please maintain decorum and please remain quiet. Seeing as we have reached the limit on the number of points of information for this amendment, will the submitter of the amendment, Serbia, please indicate if this is a friendly or an unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, France, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment?
I don't know. Ooh, that's crazy.
Seeing that this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those against, please raise your placards. And all those abstaining, please raise your placards. Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this amendment passes. Seeing as we have reached the limit on the number of amendments for a resolution, we will now be moving into voting procedures for GA Resolution 008 regarding nuclear development. I'd like to remind delegates this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit, and security, please bar the doors. Yes. All those in favor of the resolution, please raise your placards. Okay. All those against, please raise your placards. All those abstaining, please raise your placards. Thank you. Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this resolution clearly passes. We have now reached the end of the General Assembly on the first day. At this time, it is approximately 11:15 a.m. I'd like to invite all delegates and staff members to engage in our snack. That is right outside. Please grab a juice, a cereal bar, or whatever you want for the quick snack. A reminder that after the General Assembly, we will be moving into council procedures. Delegates, if I could just hold your attention for a few more seconds for this important message. At 11:30, the councils will commence, which means delegates are expected to be seated in their respective councils at that time. A reminder that this year, one person from each delegation is eligible to attend each council. So your delegation will be split up and one person will attend each council. The Security Council is taking place in the auditorium. The Health Council is taking place in room 103, the Environment Council in the small cafeteria, and the Economic and Social Council, the ECOSOC, taking place in the library. If you're not sure where these are, please refer to the signs that have been put up across the school, as well as ask any member of security, pages, or the Secretariat, and they'll be able to guide you to the correct location. Reminder, please be seated in your councils at 11:30 a.m., promptly ready to begin. Thank you.
The pages look rogue. They did not go back to the book. hello? Okay. Hi, everyone. Can I just have everyone in their seats, please? Security Council is about to commence. It's the nerves. It's the nerves. What's up? An inquiry? Already? Okay. Welcome to Security Council, everybody. This council will be going on for the rest of the day. The only differences from General Assembly is that you will be submitting your amendments to the tech desk through pages. On your notepads. We would like to remind delegates that there are 5 veto powers in Security Council, which are Russia, United States, United Kingdom, China, and France. These people have veto power, and what veto power means is that if they vote no on a resolution, it automatically fails. Without further ado, we will be commencing into debate.
I recognize the delegate from United Kingdom.
Motion to open Resolution 002 regarding women's rights in Iran.
Yes, I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Can I have a speaker against? Can I have a speaker against? Since we have no speaker against, and Iran is the negator of this resolution, we will make Iran the speaker against, and the speaker in favor will be United Kingdom. At this time, I'd like to call upon the speaker in favor, the United Kingdom, to please approach the podium.
Hello? Oh, okay. As a United Nations Assembly and the Security Council, I believe that it is our commitment to ensure that gender equality is no longer a thing to be discussed or debated. This resolution will ensure that the women's rights violations in Iran, which are a gross violation of human rights for 50% of the population, will no longer be left unchecked. We believe, as the UK, with a country with a strong feminist past, that this resolution is absolutely necessary to be opened, and hope that the rest of the Security Council will agree. Thank you.
Can the speaker against Iran please approach the podium?
Honorable Chair and esteemed delegates, though we are the negator of the resolution, we did not choose to speak against the resolution. This is because we don't have anything to hide. We believe the resolution is only a tool for Western interference in our internal and domestic policies. Our women have been under the Islamic rule for centuries, since the Sassanid dynasty as the most important part of Islam, Shia Islam in Iran. We do not have an issue with the opening of the resolution, and we will be more than happy to speak and to state our perspectives on this resolution that's been given to the Security Council.
Thank you, Iran. We will now be moving on to voting procedures to open debate on Security Resolution 002. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor, please raise your placards. All those against, please raise their placards. With a majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on Resolution 002. Can the submitter of the resolution, Norway, please approach the podium? I recognize the delegate from France. Granted.
As it's very difficult to read.
Granted. Tech Desk, can you please increase the font size? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup, Tech Desk.
Thank you, France.
In broad daylight, a daughter, a sister, a woman, and a human was arrested for not properly wearing her hijab. Her name was Mahsa Amani, and she died September 16th, 2022. Laws in Iran are constantly and getting more increasingly aggressive about women wearing hijabs in Iran. This is not about religion, it is about human rights. They are not allowed to conceal, they have to conceal their hair, and when refusing to so, like in this case, she died. It is an alleged murder because when she showed up to the hospital, she passed away. She couldn't have just passed away from a heart attack or anything. It was from either being poisoned, something she ate, or an attack to her head, which would be, there's video footage from the police officers, the police that arrested her, that she got treated unfairly, police brutality. This is why it is so important that we talk about and pass Resolution 2, because this injustice is so unfair and shouldn't be the life for many women in Iran. Thank you.
Thank you, Norway. At this time, I would like to remind delegates that the paging system and speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages. I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution, Italy, to please approach the podium.
Hello, delegates. Women's rights in Iran have been constantly restricted, and as the United Nations, we should recognize that it is unfair and unjust that women should have to face this discrimination. We understand that Islamic values play an important role in the nations. However, not all people hold the same beliefs. And when your human rights are based solely on the beliefs of your political leaders, that only leads to corruption, which we have been observing in Iran with its oppressive laws against women. Women in Iran have been peacefully protesting against the gender inequality and have only been met with wrongful violence, imprisonment, and even murder. It is absolutely unacceptable to be thrown into prison or to be killed for fighting for your own human rights. We, as the United Nations, should stand firm in supporting human rights. We should not stand for discrimination, but we should fight for gender equality in all nations. Thank you.
Thank you, Italy. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Iran, to please approach the podium.
In the name of God, distinguished delegates and honorable chair, the government of the Islamic Republic of Iran would firmly reject this resolution. It's nothing more than an attempt to impose foreign and Western ideals in our sovereign nation under the pretext of human rights. They call peaceful protests the protests in which our banks were lit on fire, the cars of not just police but even innocent people were trashed and burnt to nothing. That's not peaceful protest. Let us be clear. Western governments aren't truly concerned with the rights of our women. Their goal is to dismantle our Islamic values, which has been rooted in our countries for centuries. Their goal is to undermine our national identity and dictate how we govern our own society. Iranian women aren't passive victims, and they don't need Western intervention to determine their place in society. We've been accused of somehow killing Mahsa Amini. After her death, it was confirmed that her passing away was due to a pre-existing condition in her heart, which resulted in her unfortunate passing. If our police is so violent that it kills people, she was not the only person arrested by the morality police, and no one goes to prison. They go to corrective centers where they're taught theoretically. And those who claim to support democracy must recognize our right, Iran's right, to govern its own country according to its rules. This resolution isn't about justice, it's about control. And we won't allow Iran to become another victim of foreign intervention. We won't allow the Islamic Republic to become a victim of foreign invention like the imperial state Iran was. Thank you.
Thank you, Iran. We will now be moving on to unmoderated caucus. Feel free to move around the room and speak with other delegates to share your ideas. Amendments may be submitted by handing a note to chairs. The note must include the delegation or delegations submitting the amendment, whether you are striking, changing, or adding a clause, and the full text of the amendment. You will be added to the speakers list in the order that you submit the amendments. Note that you are encouraged to submit amendments along with other delegations. You will defend these amendments as a group. Please contact the chairs with any questions, and please be back at your seats by 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Okay. Hello? Okay. We will now be moving on to amendments. So if everybody could take their seats, we will be starting debate procedures in a moment.
Check, come here with me.
Resolution 005. Never mind. Nathan. Never mind. We're good.
Yeah, no way.
Okay, yeah, we're good. Never mind. Okay. Okay. I would like to call up the first speaker on the speakers list, Switzerland. Please come to the stage.
I just like say what I want to do.
Stay here.
Good to go? All right, good afternoon, Model United Nation. Today, Switzerland would like to strike Clause 1 of the Security Council's second resolution. Switzerland believes that Clause 1 is an overstepping of the UN's place in the world's order and forces a display of partiality on nations who may not want to display that partiality or may want to remain neutral in an issue that is very sensitive. Thank you.
I recognize the delegate of the United Kingdom.
Do you believe that as a developed country that it should be allowed for, the General Assembly and the Security Council, who all endorse the United Nations Declaration for Human Rights, to deny the inherent human rights that are being violated for women in Iran?
I believe that it is an important issue for the proper functioning of the world order. However, I do not believe it's acceptable to force any decision on a sovereign nation or a decision of partiality on a sovereign nation. I believe that this particular clause on this very important resolution shows something that the UN should not be trying to be.
Granted.
How do you expect to enforce something so basic as human rights, which the delegate acknowledges is a necessary thing to enforce and entirely the purpose of the United Nations, if we are also saying that we do not reserve the right to have any authority whatsoever on human rights violations in other countries?
Do I get the mic? Thank you. So, as stated by the other clauses in this resolution, we are making strong action towards addressing human rights violations. However, we must respect the sovereignty of nations as well. It's always a balancing act. This resolution, without Clause 1, still puts a strong message that human rights violations are not acceptable, but it leaves room for nations to make their own decision that we expect will move in the right direction, especially with the other clauses supporting this resolution.
I recognize the delegate of Denmark. Maddie. I recognize the delegate of France.
Point of information.
Granted.
Although I agree with the theory behind your amendment, I would like to ask do you believe that the entire point of the United Nations is to make decisions? And don't you think that the other clauses depend on the basis of this clause to provide the essential human rights concerns and legislation to uphold all the other clauses?
Yep, okay. Absolutely. I believe that the United Nations, or Switzerland believes that the United Nations is an important tool in our toolbox for making sure that human rights are enforced around the globe. However, the other clauses, in my opinion, are negated by the first clause. By forcing a certain view on a country's political system, you can sidetrack a nation from what's important, from what is really the center of the UN, human rights. So this first clause, Switzerland would like to amend to actually increase the efficacy of the other clauses, to make sure that our funding is well placed and that our nations are focused on issues that are very important to all of us around the world.
Granted.
Now you are saying you want to amend the clause, but before you said you wanted to strike the entire clause. And isn't that a little bit going against what you said before? Because now you are saying that human rights are the most important, but striking this clause, wouldn't it take away the basis for the enforcement of the human rights?
I'm sorry if I misspoke earlier. Switzerland's amendment is striking the first clause. I'm sorry if that caused any confusion. And as Switzerland has always stood by, human rights are important. We enforce it very strongly in our own nation, and we believe it should be enforced around the world. However, in consistent narrative with striking the first clause, we don't believe that imposing a partial decision on a political system is the way to do it. Right? This decision is something, as we've said before, that can sidetrack nations. We have many different strategies for many different issues, and Switzerland doesn't believe that this decision should be something that forces countries to take the UN strategy on this issue. We all agree that we should reach the UN's conclusion, but I think that we should allow nations the freedom to reach that conclusion through their own means.
I recognize the delegate of Canada. Granted.
A simple question here. Don't you believe it makes sense to actually go forward with this procedure, considering the past of the United Nations is all based upon how we were unable to unite against the evil force in the world? Not to get too specific, but 1940s Germany, we weren't able to unite against that, and that caused so much pain. Therefore, it makes sense to unite against evil force in the world today to correct those mistakes.
That the way to unite against a nation is to invoke hostility. Invoking hostility or severing favorable ties doesn't seem, in Switzerland's opinion, like the way to move forward in the rules-based world order.
Granted.
Don't you believe when a country makes certain actions that are deemed evil or deemed problematic by the rest of the world, it makes sense to at least sever ties, not induce violence, nothing crazy, but at least sever ties, say we are not going to do business with you if these are your morals?
Or Switzerland believes that severing ties is something of a knee-jerk reaction and that can be miscalculated. Instead of isolating a nation who's made a mistake, we should be trying to nurture that nation to reach our collective conclusion in the global community. Isolating a nation to simmer in its own thoughts is not something that Switzerland believes is the correct path forward.
Denied. Seeing as we've reached the limit on points of information on the floor, we will now be moving into voting procedures. Could the submitter of this amendment, Switzerland, please state if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Okay. Seeing as it's an unfriendly amendment, Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now be moving into voting procedures. I would like to remind delegates that this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this motion passes. Nathan.
Bro, I'm allowed points.
I would like to call up the next speaker on the speakers list, the Philippines.
Order.
Please approach the podium.
No, but point of order for that clause. The clause has been struck. So, what do you mean? I know, but no, the thing, it has to be
Could you
added.
please request a point? Granted.
In my Philippines, since the clause is begun, I would like to add a clause. And also, the text, you said there's no joint directives. Joint amendments.
There. Okay, would the submitter of this amendment please approach the podium in the Philippines?
Good. Okay. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Hello, esteemed delegates. Today we're talking about women's rights, and we had the beautiful story by Norway where we talked about Mahsa Amini, one of the many protesters in Iran fighting for women's rights. A mother, a daughter, a sister, even a friend. Now imagine it was your friend, delegates. Imagine it was your friend that was walking on the streets and was harshly abused. For the countries that have voted for the amendment aforementioned, let me ask you this. Would you still vote for that amendment if it was one of the citizens of your country? But the truth is, we are still going to take this amendment back as a new clause to sever and cut ties with Iran and put diplomatic sanctions on Iran if they continue with this monstrosity. Because the truth is, it's not only Mahsa Amini that has been abused. The truth is, in the courts of Iran, let's say if you were a female individual, in your own divorce court, against your abusive husband, you would have to go against a male judge, against a male prosecutor, have 2 male witnesses. In fact, in rare courts, there is no female witnesses allowed under the Sharia law of Iran. And if there is, 2 men equal 6 women in judiciary proceedings in Iran. So if you countries can tell me why you would have to vote for someone and keep them in the United Nations and not cut diplomatic ties with them when they're abusing your sisters, your mothers, and your daughters. So please, delegates, esteemed delegates, please tell me why you would ever support a country who is daily killing, abusing, oppressing women just because they're not wearing a certain piece of clothing. I yield my time to the chair.
I recognize the delegate of the United Kingdom.
Point of information?
Granted.
Is this on? Is it on? Okay. While I appreciate the sentiments expressed by the delegate from the Philippines, we would like to ask how this amendment is in any way different from the original amendment that was struck, and how this relates to a productive dialogue in general when it's simply restating points that have already been made.
Thank you for the amazing question, United Kingdom. In the case of talking about how is this any different, well, we got into more specific because we were trying to do a subclause, but seeing as how this committee just voted against it, we're going to bring it back as a different form because clearly the esteemed delegates today cannot comprehend the information that has been passed upon them to allow such monstrosity to be continuing in our world.
Plenary?
Granted.
The amendment states to cut ties and increase diplomatic sanctions. Is this on the behalf of member states or the United Nations non-governmental body? Please clarify this.
It's emphasizing and urging the member nations of the United Nations to cut diplomatic ties or sever diplomatic ties, or I guess mitigate diplomatic ties with Iran if they do not change their judicial proceedings, such as mentioned, 2 men equal 6 women in Iran.
I recognize the delegate of China.
Point of information.
Granted.
You say if they refuse to change their judicial system, what do you suggest that their judicial system be changed to? A more Western approach or something decided by the UN?
Thank you for that question. In the case of what's West and what's not, it's not about Westernization. In fact, Philippines is a country of South Asia, which we are. Wait, is the mic working? Which we are one of the biggest, one of the most influential countries on earth for women's rights in Southeast Asia. The truth is, we're not trying to Westernize anything or Anglicize anything. It's a case of morale, and it's a case of principles that are right or wrong. Now, many of the countries today present will say there is no right and wrong. It's always black and white. But if any countries just standing in the line can stand up and tell me or tell the delegate of Philippines that 2 men equals 6 women, please do.
Granted.
Is there a model country that demonstrates this judicial system already?
Well, one of the many countries that we have is, well, what do you mean? Like, could you clarify, like models? What?
Like, is there a country that uses this judicial system ideally that you would want to see for Iran?
Well, if the chair would allow me, I don't want to call out and get a point of personal reply, but they're asking for certain countries. Am I allowed?
Sure.
In the case of which countries use these judicial proceedings under Sharia law is what it's called. Saudi Arabia, Algeria, Afghanistan, Pakistan, all the countries, mostly countries in the Middle East, or countries who are followed by an Islamic republic or follow Sharia law, follow this judicial proceeding.
I recognize the delegate of Iran.
Information?
Granted.
My apologies. Delegate, you're claiming that we must change our judicial system, yet I must remind everyone present that our people in 1979 overthrew the former government, and then in a voting where every citizen was able to participate who was at the age of voting 18 years old, voted in favor of the establishment of an Islamic republic based on Sharia law. This judicial system was voted by our own people after our own people overthrew the former government. Why are you saying we should change it? It will be against the will of our people. Why are you asking us to go against the will of our people?
I have one thing and one thing for the delegate of Iran, and that is a lesson of history. In 1979, when the spiritual leader Khomeini came into Iran, he came because the Westerns were coming into Iran and tried to conquer in the way that India was conquered. The truth is, the reason why the leader came was because of the West and not because of women's rights. And if it is true that your people voted for this, if your people want this so bad, then why is it that there is, quote, people in the streets setting banks on fire, setting things on fire, breaking into stores? So please tell me, delegate, if your own people want this, then why is it that your own people are the ones that are rioting and protesting on the streets, setting things on fire?
Supplementary?
Granted.
Our investigations into many of the arrests for the people who have committed these actions have shown and have indicated ties with the Western countries. Is it why, if you've looked at our country's history and what's been happening so much, why did you decide to ignore our own official reports and conveniently ignore potential and very possible Western interference in our domestic affairs?
Delegate makes a great point. A delegate makes a great point. Why am I questioning? Is the delegate of Philippines and many countries present today questioning the reports of whether to trust Iranian reports? Well, okay, we know about the stereotypes. Every delegate in this room knows about the stereotypes about Iranian reports. But let's see why these reports are actually present. Hey, let's use Mahsa Amini. In the case of Mahsa Amini, it was allegedly she hit her head onto the car, or allegedly she ate something, or allegedly she said something. So if the delegate of Iran and their own country, the government, can't come up with an alleged situation, okay, let's get rid of Mahsa Amini and the car. Let's talk about post-death, post-mortem, when Mahsa Amini was killed. Why is it that her own dad said on news, said, hey, she had a heart condition, but then later on confessed and recanted his own statement and said, the Iranian government paid me to say that, so we don't blame the Iranian government. So when a father of a victim who's been morbidly abused by the actual government stands up and recants and says that he's been paid, so why are you saying that we should trust your reports when your reports have been accused of fallacy by your own people? In fact, even from that, let's get rid of Mahsa Amini. Let's talk about the U.S. embassy killings. When the U.S. embassy was seized in Iran after, not even in 1979, but in 1984, when the embassy in Iran was seized by the Iranians. And then they reported they didn't kill anyone, but then where the U.S. citizens, they didn't show up back to their country, or they're probably buried somewhere.
Okay. Seeing as we've reached the limited number of points of information on the floor, we will now be moving to voting procedures. Will the submitter of this amendment, the Philippines, please state if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
No, the submitter of the resolution.
No, you state first and then they...
Friendly?
Will the submitter of this resolution Norway, please raise their placard if this is friendly. Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, this motion automatically passes. I would like to call up the next speakers on the speakers list: Russia, Canada, and France.
Bonjour, delegates and chairs. Our amendment is to strike clause number 2, which states that 0.5% of GDP should be sent to support the feminist efforts in Iran. We believe that this clause should be struck because, first of all, 0.5% of each country's GDP is far too much money for each country to contribute. As well, there is no condition stating who the money would go to or where it would be going, and so this clause is not well thought out and is too much money with no assurance of what it would be going towards.
Of GDP is, for some countries, around a third of Iran's GDP. This has potential to cause significant turmoil in Iran. Historically, successful women's rights movements have not relied on foreign aid, such as, well, an example of women's rights movements relying on foreign aid is in Afghanistan, in which after the United States military presence left, it collapsed.
I recognize the delegate of, oh, sorry.
That as countries enter into a global economic crisis, countries should be given the right to focus on their internal policies financially and not have to focus on other countries elsewhere across continents, across seas for donations.
We ask the delegates to please conclude their remarks. We recognize the delegate from Italy.
If countries are willing to
please
spend,
request a point of order.
Sorry. Point of information. If countries are willing to spend their funds on lesser issues such as building nuclear weapons, should they not also contribute towards human rights, which is a more pressing matter?
we believe that this, what a country does with its budget should be mostly a decision of its internal government. And although the UN can recommend that countries spend amounts of money on global affairs, this is one of the circumstances where it is just far too much money for the UN to be demanding from countries, and they are still obviously welcome to support the feminist rights with whatever money they are able to provide.
I recognize. Hello. I recognize the delegate from Norway.
Point of information.
Granted.
If you believe that it is too much money, then why are you striking the entire clause rather than just amending it and changing the amount of money? Yeah.
We're striking this because there's, with the how the amendment is right now, it's very vague about women's rights, and it's not very clear about who to support. And in principle, just giving a go-ahead for all UN developed member states to just support any group that can throw up a banner that says women's rights in Iran is a highly detrimental idea.
Like a follow-up?
Granted.
If you believe that it's too vague, why would you strike an entire clause rather than amending it and making it more specific? Getting rid of the whole thing makes little to no sense.
For this clause, it would take up too much time and discussion trying to determine which groups or people would be appropriate to send the money to, and it is better that each country determine that individually so that they can make the choices that best align with their beliefs and what they have discovered to be the best people to support in these human rights issues.
Response?
Denied.
Point of information.
Can you just can you turn your placard around? Can you turn your placard around?
Oh, sorry.
I recognize the delegate of Syria.
How do you know that the government won't forcibly take the money that you're going to allocate into these programs, or something in a similar situation?
We don't want to. We're trying to strike the clause. We disagree with sending money there for that.
Seeing as we have reached the limit on points of information, we will now be moving on to voting procedures. Could the submitters of this amendment please state if it's, wait, no, you're striking clause. Seeing as this is a strike clause, this is automatically an unfriendly amendment, and we will now be moving on to voting procedures. I would like to remind delegates that this is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. All in favor? You don't count. They don't. All those against? All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this motion fails. We would now like to call up the fourth speaker on the speakers list, the UK.
in a joint effort to further reinforce women's rights in Iran, a joint coalition of UK and Malta is presenting an additional amendment, clause number 6. So we are adding an additional clause stating that we would require that Iran disband violent morality police that infringe on the civil rights to protest and autonomy. Currently, as the situation stands, peaceful protesters in Iran are being violently suppressed by the morality police that act on a religious basis. These peaceful civilians are demanding that their rights be granted and that their voice is heard. However, they face kidnapping, they face torture, and they face police brutality from the morality police. As a result, we are asking that Iran immediately abolish this police force in an effort to stop infringing on women's rights to protest. Additionally, the morality police polices the everyday self-expression of women and enforces the mandatory hijab rule, which we also believe oversteps women's rights and should be stopped. Thank you. Do you want to respond when they
Oh, yeah.
because this guy's gonna have now.
I recognize the delegate of Iran.
Point of information.
Granted.
Delegate, the morality police's job is not to suppress peaceful protests, it's to enforce our Islamic and Sharia law, specifically for women, and it's made in a way so that our the police force won't interfere with with the female population of our country. Most of the morality police workers are female to respect the gender and obviously the issues that may come from opposite sex contact. Disbanding it would therefore mean would therefore mean this duty is going to be passed on to our police force, which is predominantly male. This would not solve an issue, it would worsen the issue for our female population. Why do you want us to make it worse for our women?
Oh, we believe that it is entirely preposterous to scapegoat this and say that, well, women are members of the morality police, therefore, how is this a violation of women's rights? However, we believe firmly that the laws upon which morality police is acting are inherently violating of human rights. In an effort to not infringe on Iran's right to sovereignty, this amendment is not to say, hey, get rid of these laws entirely. However, it is just to say to remove the violent aspect with which they are enforced. If these laws exist, that is okay, but what we are saying is that it should not be legal for these police officers to go out and arrest people for simply existing in broad daylight. Thank you.
Delegate, our morality police does not detain people for simply existing. We have rules in place that our people voted for, and its job is enforcing it. How could you clarify how the police arrest them for existing, and also police brutality comes after resisting arrest and resisting detainment, which is not something specific to our countries. Specifically, the United States of America is renowned for police brutality, and we are being held accountable for being brutal when someone who's not followed our laws is being detained and resisted.
I thank Iran for the remarks. I would just like to point out that the last time there's been a fair election in Iran was 1979, as you had pointed out, and that means that the majority of citizens of Iran did not vote in that election, and therefore we believe that as times have changed, our values should also reflect the climate of the laws that we pass. And also, you also admitted that police brutality does exist in Iran, and we would also like to point out that as Iran is a member state of the United Nations, they must also the Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms outlined in the UN's Constitution, which states that all human beings are born free and equal in dignity and rights. Everybody is entitled to rights and freedoms set forth in this declaration without distinction of any kind, such as race, color, sex, language, political beliefs or religion, and social origin. And also, as Iran is a multicultural and diverse nation, I believe that not all citizens of Iran would follow Sharia law based on their own specific religion or ethnic group.
Point of personal privilege.
Granted.
The delegate of Malta straight up accused us of not having free elections, calling it 1979 the last time our people had a right to choose, yet our people have participated in elections freely and in numbers.
Would you like to apologize?
I would like to clarify my point.
Sure.
As Iran is a theocracy, free and fair elections have not happened since 1979, based on further investigations by the UN Commission of Human Rights. Oh, sorry. But I apologize in the manner in which I delivered those remarks.
Thank you, Malta. We hope you will accept this apology. I recognize the delegate of the United States of America.
Point of information.
Granted.
Being aware of the United Nations' limited influence in some scenarios, how do you expect Iran to disband morality police? Do you expect them to, and if they don't, what does this say about the UN's influence on Iran?
Well, based on the fact, I mean, the Security Council did initially strike Clause 1, which is the main kind of like power that we would be able to hold over Iran if they refuse to agree to the other clauses outlined in this resolution. So ideally, the use of the manipulation of diplomatic ties would be how we would get them to agree to these basic standards for human rights for the women who live in Iran. Specifically in regards to the morality police, of course, as a non-governmental body, we cannot, as the UN, enforce this like physically in Iran. However, we hope that through the cooperation of member states, as in regards to clause number 1, we can ensure that this actually does happen to some extent.
Sanctions in the past have also proved effective against Iran, such as the nuclear sanctions implemented in I believe, the Obama administration in the US, and have led to a deal which was unfortunately broken recently. But we do believe we can hopefully broker a deal through the use of sanctions to enforce the abolition of the morality police.
I recognize the delegate of Canada.
Point of information.
Granted.
Yeah, just simply, what's stopping Iran from using other law enforcement, for example, a federal law enforcement agency or the actual police, from basically fulfilling the roles of the morality police?
Is it on? Oh, well, to our understanding, the morality police is just like a subset of the existing police force. And while, of course, we don't want to deny the right of the Iranian government to regulate their own civil police force, we believe that any kind of rules that would allow the police force to execute these certain types of this kind of action against, for example, protesters or civilians, in regards to maybe religious attire, for that to be limited by this clause.
Granted.
And another question. Basically, what are we going to do to confirm that a morality police doesn't come back in the future in any way, shape, or form?
Okay, as we explained to the delegate of the United States, again, the UN does not have like the concrete power to actually go in and interfere. However, we hope that through diplomatic action and global cooperation, we can produce results that would be favorable to this clause. Thank you.
Seeing as we've reached the limit of points of information on the floor, we will now be moving to voting procedures. Will the submitter of this amendment, Malta and the United Kingdom, please state if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment? Will the submitter of this resolution, Norway, please raise their placard if it's friendly? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, this motion automatically passes. As we have reached the limited number of speakers on the speakers list, we will now be moving to voting procedures on SC Resolution 002. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor? Can you see if the veto power is there? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion, with the majority in favor, this motion fails.
Thanks to veto from.
Thanks to the veto from China.
We're supposed
What's the page?
Privilege.
Granted.
As a female delegate, I feel entirely oppressed and suppressed by delegates from China and Russia who believe it is appropriate to restrict my rights as a woman through their veto power. Thank you.
Would you like to apologize?
No, I would like to clarify why the veto power to use. I'd like to state that Clause 3 is still part of this resolution, which demands the liberation of all activists imprisoned for women's rights protests. I believe that is extremely invasive of Iran's their sovereign law, because now people could just simply protest and cause violence with the excuse that they're doing it for women's rights, and then be free from jail just because it's for a good cause.
We hope you can look past this transgression. Are there any Secretary-Generals here? No. We have 5 more minutes left of Security Council before lunch, but we are strongly advised not to open a resolution right now, as we cannot debate it until after lunch. So we will give you 5 more minutes of unmoderated caucus to talk about any amendments you would like to add or strike for any sort of resolution. Can I have attention, please? We will now be breaking for lunch. We will be coming back to debate Security Council at 1:30. So be back in the auditorium at 1:30.
Hello? Yep, works. It's this thing at the top.
Really? Okay.
Aware of the catastrophic consequences that the use of nuclear weapon. Okay, let me see. Yeah. You want to try it out?
Yeah.
About what?
Right.
And it's alright, cause I'm coming home. You gotta get right back where I started from. Love is good. Na, 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 na.
Okay. Great, it works.
All right, let's hear your voice.
Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
Your voice sounds better than mine. It's like, it says.
Testing 1 2.
I recognize the delegate from Pakistan. I recognize no one. No one's here. I'm so sad. Okay, let's hear it. Oh, sorry.
This is me before switching it to mute. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Okay. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2. Testing 1 2, testing 1 2.
It's fine.
Testing. Should we start?
Yeah, sure.
Hello, everybody. We're going to start. So, are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegation from Sweden.
Motion to open Resolution 005.
Granted. I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? The United Kingdom. Thank you. Can I have a speaker against? Hungary. Thank you. At this time, I'd like to call upon the speaker in favor, the United Kingdom. Please approach the podium.
Hello? For decades, the international community has witnessed Haiti, this tiny island, unfortunately fall victim to many tragedies following hurricanes and other natural disasters, as well as political corruption and foreign intervention. Haiti is unfortunately a very poor developing country, and this resolution is a much needed effort to help resolve this. The citizens of Haiti deserve better, and as a member of the United Nations, we believe that all other members of the Security Council and the General Assembly should agree to this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. Can the speaker against Hungary please approach the podium?
Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates, Hungary stands before you today in strong opposition of this resolution. While we acknowledge the dire situation in Haiti, the rampant gang violence, economic instability, and humanitarian crisis, we firmly believe that this resolution is not the solution. Instead of creating long-term stability, it perpetuates Haiti's reliance on foreign aid and military intervention, offering only short-term relief at an enormous financial cost. This resolution calls for the establishment of a permanent United Nations peacekeeping force in Haiti, but history has shown that foreign military interventions often fail in creating lasting peace. We must look back and reflect upon the past United Nations missions in Haiti, which left the country with unresolved security issues and deep distrust in international forces. Haiti does not need another prolonged, externally managed security operation. It needs localized solutions, institutional development, and the empowerment of its own police force. And for these reasons, Hungary strongly opposes this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Hungary. We will now be moving on to the voting procedures to open debate on Resolution 005. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion, therefore there are no abstentions. All those in favor, please raise your placard. Thank you. All those against, please raise your placard. With a majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on Resolution 005. Can the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please approach the podium?
Regarding the political fallout in Haiti, the Security Council, aware of the current food and economic security seen in Haiti due to the reliance on foreign aid, a threat that has been getting worse with a 2-month blockade in one port causing a 30% increase in inflation and $6 million USD in aid losses. Deeply concerned with the increasing frequency of gang violence present all over the country, particularly in major cities such as Port-au-Prince and Saint-Soleil, with gangs now controlling 80% of the capital. Cognizant of the poor situation of the Haitian National Police, which remains understaffed and underfunded, with only about 10,000 active officers in a country of 11 million people, with previous attempts to bolster the HNP not being adequate enough. Desiring more financial contributions and support made to relevant peacekeeping groups, and a mere comprehensive task force made to quell the violence, as the most recent attempt only garnered 400 out of a promised number of 2,500 officers. Aware of the current Haitian diaspora that has affected many nearby countries, with around 3.5 million Haitians living in other countries, some in poverty and poor conditions, where they are open to exploitation. Expressing concern with the treatment of Haitian refugees in the Dominican Republic, where over 250,000 people were expelled in 2023, and noting that if expulsions continue at the current rate, 10,000 Haitians will be deported every week into an increasingly unsafe and poverty-stricken country. Urges developed countries to collectively contribute $1 billion USD to active security missions in Haiti, such as the current Multinational Security Support MSS mission. Calls for the establishment of a permanent UN peacekeeping force to be present in Haiti to aid the national police in fighting gangs. Strongly recommends member states that already have a network in Haiti to increase the funding given to the respective agencies, stressing the ever-increasing severity in the situation in Haiti and that further inaction will only contribute to a larger humanitarian crisis and more gang violence.
Thank you, Jamaica. At this time, I would like to remind delegates that the paging system and speakers list are now open. If you have a request or wish to be placed on the speakers list, please send it to the tech desk through the pages. I would now like to call upon the Secretary of the Resolution, the United States of America, to please approach the podium.
Hello, everyone, and good afternoon. This resolution is highly important for the United Nations. Haiti's current economic insecurity has caused devastating health and cultural impacts on their Haiti people. Having to evacuate over 10,000 Haiti citizens per week will not only forever impact their culture, but will put pressure on surrounding countries to support refugees and others fleeing Haiti. With the support that the UN is already providing, not providing support or not doing this resolution would be similar to ripping a Band-Aid off. And that sort of event would lead to a cascade of traumatic events for Haiti culture, which would be even more work to deal with in a future conference. With our continued support, Haiti can develop further structures to prevent the issue, but must be supported in the meantime. Providing additional support and funding for this issue will put less pressure on your nations and help the Haiti people. Thank you.
Thank you, the United States of America. I would now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Hungary, to please approach the podium.
This resolution urges developed countries to contribute $1 billion in USD to foreign security mission in Haiti. Hungary, alongside the countless other countries that stand before the United Nations today, cannot support this open-ended, large-scale investment and commitment that lacks transparency and accountability. We have seen countless examples of aid being mismanaged, misallocated, and lost to corruption. Simply throwing more money at the problem will not address the root causes of Haiti's instability. Instead, resources should be directed more towards economic self-sufficiency, local governance reforms, and capacity building for Haitian-led initiatives. Hungary believes in respecting the sovereignty of nations. This resolution undermines Haiti's ability to govern itself by imposing an international force that dictates security policy instead of supporting local leadership. We must ask ourselves, are we truly helping Haiti by making it dependent on foreign intervention? Or are we simply repeating the same mistakes of the past where external forces enter, fail to address systemic issues and then withdraw, leaving behind even greater instability? It is for these reasons that Hungary strongly opposes the resolution before us today.
Thank you, Hungary. We will now be moving into unmoderated caucus. Feel free to move around the room, speak with other delegates to share ideas. Amendments may be submitted by handing a note to the chairs. The note must include the delegation or delegations submitting the amendment, whether you are striking, changing, or adding a clause, and the full text of the amendment. You will be added to the speakers list in the order that you submit these amendments. Note that you are encouraged to submit amendments along with other delegations. You will defend these amendments as a group. Please contact the chairs if you have any questions and be back to your seats in 10 minutes from now. Thank you.
Can all delegates please return to your seats? I'd now like to call the first speaker on the speakers list. Switzerland, please come to the podium.
All right. Good to go. Hey. Okay. I'm good to go? Yeah? Okay. Good afternoon, and hello again, Model United Nations. This time, I'd like to make a small amendment, not something nearly as drastic as striking a clause, but just a small amendment to the first clause of this resolution. Right now, this resolution wants developed nations to collectively gather $1 billion to support Haiti. It doesn't provide a date or any kind of specifics on this, so Switzerland and Canada's joint resolution or joint amendment is simply to add a date of $1 billion by 2027, or 2 years from today.
By adding this date, we'll have an easier time meeting this target and tracking our progress.
I recognize the delegate from Germany.
You not a little concerned?
Please request a point of information.
Point of information.
Granted.
Please forget about that. Oh, are you not concerned that 2027 is too far? Like, it's really some of the issues are going on now. 2027 is over a year plus away from now. That might be too long in the future. Really, it should be on the next drafts of budgets in a more sped up or quicker time frame rather than prolonged.
Absolutely. So, while I understand your concerns from Germany, there are many nations around the world, even developed nations, who are, of course, the main topic of this clause, who themselves are going through some tough economic times. So 2027 gives us a reasonable timeline that hopefully will be of use to Haiti, but still allows for countries to have a little bit of a buffer for themselves. So 2027, yes, while it is not tomorrow, while we would always wish to have more funding right now, I believe 2027, well, Switzerland and Canada believes 2027 is a reasonable date that will allow for effective use of money and allow for countries to contribute what they truly can.
Oh, supplementary?
Granted.
Do you want to take the supplementary?
For still the 2-year 2027 time frame, to collect, it's really only collecting $1 billion based on the amount of countries in the UN. At least some will be willing to dedicate really a few million. So really putting it that far into the future is not the, in my opinion, greatest idea.
Yeah, we believe that recognizing the different internal financial situations that countries are in, we recognize that this timeline allows countries to allocate these funds in the perfect way possible and have enough time to give them to the United Nations so that we can utilize them.
Thank you.
Yeah.
I recognize the delegate from the United States of America.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to limit the number of points of information to 2 on this topic, as it's a straightforward amendment.
I believe that is very much in order at this time.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Singapore.
Point of information.
Granted.
So Singapore, as you all may know, is a huge benefactor of humanitarian efforts across the globe. However, if you look at Haiti's situation, Haiti has been given 13 billion USD over the course of between 2011 to 2021 in foreign investment. Yet the murder rates have gone up, the incarceration rates haven't changed, and gang violence is still prevalent, which are all pressing issues that we're still trying to solve to this day. So are there any clauses or timelines that you're thinking of implementing in order to make sure these targets are reached? Will there be a decrease in funds going into Haiti?
Yeah, so the point of this is not to specifically dive into what works in Haiti or what doesn't. The idea is to generate funds for Haiti and have a timeline set so that we are able to have those funds come in and not have problems attributed to different countries. I think the management of the funds is a different topic. Right now we're trying to generate those funds first.
Point of supplementary.
Granted.
So from the Singaporean point of view, what Singapore is trying to push is the fact that foreign aid usually is just wasted because Haiti, of course, as we all know, is a very corrupt country. The government does not distribute the funds properly, and people are still suffering, right? So if the members of the United Nations member countries keep throwing money at Haiti, and the corrupt people in the country of Haiti, they just keep benefiting from the amount of money we give them. There's no point of just throwing like $1 billion, because every country is in favor of giving $1 billion, as it seems now, right? But it doesn't seem like it's going to lead to anything prosperous in the future, especially for Haiti. And it seems like it's just going to be a waste of money.
So I understand what you're saying from Singapore, saying, oh, we've, especially your nation has dedicated a lot of time, a lot of money towards this issue. But I'd point you to, of course, there is corruption that has happened. There's no way to just throw that under the rug, right? But the why, again, we're saying by 2027 for these developed nations is this doesn't put pressure on your nation or any other nation to donate tomorrow, to continue throwing money without thinking of a strategy. If Singapore believes that there is a better way to solve this problem, you've got 2 years to come up with it. So this timeline, and again, this resolution is different than ones we've seen in the past. I believe this resolution promises some committees and some ways of thinking about how to spend this money. And Haiti has seen some different circumstances in the last few years. We've seen natural disasters, right? So we've been making progress, and then we've been thwarted by things that are out of our control, right? So donating this $1 billion by 2027 not only gives your nation and other nations time to think about how we can most effectively use these funds, but gives us the ability to fight back from forces that we can't control.
All right, thank you.
Will the submitter of the amendment, Switzerland and Canada, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
This is a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. I'd now like to call the next speaker on the speakers list, Sweden, and a bunch of other countries to please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair and esteemed members Sweden, Iceland, Romania, Malta, the UK, Italy, Egypt, and Ukraine firmly believe in the return of Haiti to its citizens and away from the gang violence that has proliferated throughout the streets of the capital. We propose a friendly amendment that calls to establish a new council within the United Nations framework which aims to establish accountability for this resolution. Our common goals are to reduce gang violence in Haiti from 70% to 40% within the span of 5 years for the Council to oversee the effectiveness of this resolution and to bring the resolution back to the Security Council in 5 years' time if the goals are not met for further evaluation. Is that it?
Yes, Fred. Oh, sorry.
I recognize the delegate from France.
Of information,
Granted.
who would be on this United Security Council of Haiti?
So to ensure that this council is fair and free of bias and judgment, we hope to get local delegations to be on this council, and also from peer countries such as Jamaica and the Dominican Republic, to ensure that the interests of Haiti are met.
Supplementary,
Granted.
would there be any restrictions on who could be allowed to enter the Security Council, and how would the global partners be selected?
Of course, there's going to be like a good method of selecting the people on the council. So we want people who have had a proven track record in reducing poverty and crime to ensure the effectiveness of this resolution. And so there would be restrictions, yes.
Supplementary,
Denied. I recognize the delegate from Italy.
Point of information.
Granted.
Will this Security Council only be monitoring the problems in Haiti, or will it actually be able to intervene in these issues and bring change?
So we want to make sure that Haiti maintains its economic and social sovereignty throughout its entire time, and thank you for that question. I was about to get to that. And so we want this council to work effectively with the Haitian government to ensure that the local needs of the people are met.
Supplementary?
Granted.
So does this actually do anything, or is it just meant to watch and just see what's happening in Haiti? If it's not actually interfering, what difference does it make?
Well, in cases of extreme violence, this council would have provisions to be able to yield certain members to the International Court of Justice, the ICC, to ensure that justice is upheld in Haiti if the courts fail to do so.
Supplementary?
Granted.
So I thought you said you wanted to maintain the sovereignty in Haiti, but you just said now that you're going to intervene if necessary?
I did say if needed. However, those are in extreme cases, which would be on par for the course for previous UN interventions. And so this would not be out of the question in terms of UN history.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Hungary.
In the year of 2004,
Please request a point.
Oh, sorry. Point of information.
Granted.
In the year of 2004, a United Nations peacekeeping force was deployed to Haiti to restore order after political turmoil and gang violence. However, despite 10 years of presence, violence resurged after their departure. How will you ensure, and how are you confident that this new force and council will yield different results than this past mission?
So the purpose of this council is actually to distance ourselves from traditional, unsuccessful so far peacekeeping missions. We are, of course, we would be working with a force similar to the peacekeepers. However, the whole point of this is to help Haiti rehabilitate their own law enforcement and make themselves more independent as a nation and more equipped to deal with gang violence. Instead of bringing in police officers to arrest and prevent this violence from occurring, the idea is that we provide the resources, guidance, and assistance from other nations to help Haiti forge their own path in this matter.
Thank you.
Will the submitter of the amendment, Sweden, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
This is a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates, since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those opposed? Seeing as there is a majority in favor, all those abstaining. Seeing as there is a majority in favor, this motion fails. Sorry, seeing as there is a majority in favor, this motion passes. Apologies. I would now like to call up the next country on the speakers list, the Islamic Republic of Iran, to please approach the podium.
In the name of God, esteemed delegates and honorable chair, the Islamic Republic of Iran has stood in solidarity with the people of its region who've gone through hardships and will once again stand in solidarity with innocent people, this time in Yeshe. They've endured years of suffering, political turmoil, and economic hardships. The situation that they're experiencing today is not merely a result of internal instability. It's a direct consequence of decades of foreign interference, economic exploitation, and failed policies imposed by certain countries, particularly countries such as the United States, who we found out where the CIA played a crucial role in the coup of 1991, overthrowing a democratically elected president, Jean Bertrand, who then got elected once again in 2000, but then by 2004, the United States and France forced him out of the office. For decades, Haiti's economic and political systems were dictated and have been dictated by foreign powers. When in the 1990s, the food bank forced Haiti to lower its trade barriers, flooding the market with cheap US rice, effectively destroying the local rice businesses, making Haiti dependent on foreign aid, in this case, American rice. Furthermore, the treatment of Haitian refugees by Western countries exposes their hypocrisy. Countries that claim to champion human rights have expelled thousands of Haitians, refused to take responsibility for the chaos they created there, and in the meantime, these same nations continue to exploit Haiti's economy when the European Union allowed fishermen from fishing vessels from the EU to fish in Haitian waters, further damaging the lives of local fishermen. This council must stop repeating the mistakes of the past, such as the UN peacekeeping mission that was deployed from 2004 for about a decade, where the soldiers not only exposed the locals to cholera, killing over 10,000 people, were also involved in sexual allegations. The world can't claim to stand with Haiti while continuing policies which cripple its sovereignty. True stability won't come from external control, but through Haitian-led solutions, free from foreign exploitation. Thank you.
I would like to recognize the delegate from Iraq.
Point of information.
Granted.
What measures can be taken? Sorry. Could you please specify what particular measures? Oh, sorry. Give me a sec. Oh, sorry, here. Can you please specify what particular measures or steps you're suggesting the United Nations take to address economic policies affecting Haiti?
As of now, we believe that the total extent of these damages has not yet been fully understood or revealed. Okay, sorry. Which is why we, for the time being, are calling for an investigation into the matter to first understand the true depth and the true nature of the turmoil happening in Haiti. We could then, in an international committee with the presence of Haiti and with, most importantly, their own thoughts, decide on a practical path towards Haitian independence, full independence from foreign aid, and hopefully for their people to no longer suffer under the harsh conditions they have currently.
I would like to recognize the delegate from Jamaica. Granted.
When you say that you will investigate the long-term economic policies imposed on Haiti, does that include investigating the countries that have imposed these policies?
Could you clarify?
I was asking if this includes countries that have imposed economic policies such as the United States.
When the investigation reveals the depth of which countries have had what part in the policies that's been implemented, we could talk more about it. For now, one of the bigger examples, one of the more major examples we know is U.S. intervention in their president elections, or one of the actions that had a grave effect for their fishermen was the EU allowing European vessels to fish in Haitian waters. Once again, I must reiterate that as of now, since we can't fully understand the depth of the issues, and we don't have Haiti making a comment in the presence here, I would like to not speak on their behalf.
Thank you.
I would like to recognize the delegate from Italy.
Point of information.
Granted.
Since you are very concerned with the sovereignty in Haiti, wouldn't you say that the people of Haiti and the citizens are more concerned with their safety and with their overall economy rather than they're concerned with other nations trying to aid them and help them?
That would be true, delegates, if it worked. We've seen through the past decades that these missions have not worked. The United Nations has miserably failed in Haiti. Foreign intervention has not helped them. The United States, through a coup, overthrew a democratically elected president. I don't think that's helpful foreign aid.
Supplementary?
Granted.
Don't you think that instead it would be better to find different ways to help them that are non-invasive and that don't necessarily harm their sovereignty, but don't you think it's still important that we intervene in ways that can help them?
Yes, means that can help them, but the past decades have the past few decades, anything that has been done has proved ineffective. Therefore, this is why the Islamic Republic believes that a new perspective needs to be taken, and we need to approach this from a different direction, because the directions we've taken until now have clearly not worked.
Thank you.
Will the submitter of the amendment, the Islamic Republic of Iran, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
Friendly.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes.
Point of order.
I recognize the delegate from
UK. Sorry.
from the United Kingdom.
Motion to move France down the speaker list, as they have already spoken a lot, and countries further down on the list will not have the opportunity to speak if this does not occur.
I feel that is very much in order at this time.
Sorry.
Okay. I'd now like to call up the next speaker on the speakers list, Syria, Pakistan, Qatar, and Jamaica, to please approach the podium. I recognize the delegate from France. Do you feel misquoted, misconstrued, or insulted? Which could you please specify?
All of them. I feel all of the above. We feel also erased by the delegate from the United Kingdom who seeks to stifle our freedom of speech, which we have fought for so long over our history. While we do agree with allowing everybody to speak, we trust in the tech desk to create the speaker list in a manner that is fair to everybody, and we believe that no country should be barring another from speaking, perhaps based on personal biases.
Thank you, France. United Kingdom, would you like to apologize?
I would like to apologize for any ill feelings that have arisen from this point. The intention was never to harm our great allies, France. That's the war, that's all thing of the past. We love you guys. It is simply just to give an opportunity to other people to share their voices. Thank you.
We hope you will look past this transgression, France.
Merci beaucoup.
I recognize the delegate from the Philippines.
Point of order.
Granted.
Can we move on and stop targeting specific delegates?
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Syria, Pakistan, Qatar, and Jamaica, please read your amendment.
The delegations of Syria, Qatar, Pakistan, and Jamaica would like to add clause 5. We would urge our delegations urges the developed member states and fellow countries neighboring Haiti to support it in the development of national violence reduction plans, including improving the police and making youth-centered programs to stop falter the rise of future gang violences. This is because in a country where more than 60% of the population lives on less than $4 a day and hundreds of thousands of Haitians are starving or near starvation, recruiting children has never become easier for gangs. This is especially easy because these children are merely just trying to put food on the table for their families. The rate of children being targeted is almost at 70% now. These children are drawn into a war against their own people, all because they are felt with the choices of either being recruited by such violent gangs or falling into a deeper spiral of poverty, hunger, and further corruption. These youth programs will help the children of Haiti regain their courage and stop future generations of gang violence.
Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from Canada.
Point of clarification.
Granted.
Yeah, when you say development of national violence reduction plans, could you be more specific, like what plans specifically?
Well, our youth-centered programs, as we teach these youth about the ways they could make money and how recent right now, just before this, there was a clause made for a UN Council for Haiti. This will also, including this and that, will help future generations to stop gang violence.
Thank
so
you.
that is what I mean by plans.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from South Sudan.
Point of information.
Granted.
The biggest issue in Haiti at the time, right now, sorry, is that people are starving. They don't have places to live, as the previous delegations talked about. So do you believe that making more youth-centered programs is the best course of action right now? Do you think that's the biggest priority they should have at this moment?
Well, I don't think it's a prioritization that can happen as of right now. But once the UN makes the Haiti Council and all these clauses hopefully do come into effect, then I do believe further down the line when Haiti does have a better political and just a geopolitical like spectrum overall, when that is better, then I do think these youth-centered programs will help future generations.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from the Philippines.
Point of information.
Granted.
With what money will you fund the youth-centered programs?
Well, the UN has many developed nations who are willing to give their funding into such things, such as the US, who is a secondary in this. So I would expect, or pretty much assume, that the developed countries would voluntarily try to put money into this. Or, as you said, the $1 billion, some of that income or fund could go into programs like this later down the line.
Supplementary.
Granted.
So, in this point, you are making your delegation is making assumptions that countries are just willing to pay money for this program, and you have no direct, actual, specific funding and where you're going to get it in the clause, right?
So the delegation of Qatar is actually already interested and committed to providing funding to this program.
Supplementary?
Denied.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from Sweden.
Considering how the Haitian police has historically been corrupt and currently is, how can we ensure that this program will be effective?
Well, I do not need to repeat myself, but the UN is making a council, and like they said, they would oversee it. But I would hope that maybe instead of overseeing it, they go a little bit more into fixing Haiti's political problems as a result of such political disturbances. And so some of this funding and some of this action that will be taking place by such Haiti Council can be going into fixing their police situation to improve it.
Thank you.
Will the submitter of the amendment, Syria, Pakistan, Qatar, and Jamaica, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment?
We believe it's a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Seeing as this is a friendly amendment, it automatically passes. I would now like to call the last speaker on the speakers list, Algeria, Lebanon, and Malta, to please approach the podium.
Good afternoon, esteemed delegates. I just would like to make a small clarification before we begin. I see that Francis already come to the mic. This clause is not an amendment. It is an addition to a subclause of Clause 1. So this $21 billion from France would not replace the $1 billion provided by other nations. A quick history lesson. When Haiti gained its independence in 1801, France motioned to bring a massive amount of debt onto the Haitian people, specifically 150 million francs for lost revenue of slave labor and sugar plantations. Haiti has long served as the economic powerhouse of France in its imperial conquest of the world, and we believe that it is only fair for France to bring back that modern-day equivalent of 150 million francs, which today is 21 billion US dollars. This would not be paid in one installment, as the debt placed on Haiti was, but is to be paid in installments and would not go directly to the Haitian government, but to programs to further stabilize the country, such as the developmental programs proposed by Syria, Qatar, and Pakistan. We would also like to do soil rehabilitation. Haiti's soil was some of the most productive and fertile before French colonization, but the practice of sugar plantations has made it such that Haiti's soil has been completely depleted. And therefore, a new agricultural aid must be restituted to Haiti, and also education, as education is possibly the best manner in which we can uplift a poorer society. And we've seen examples of that actually in Bangladesh. In 10 years, they were able to turn the poverty rate around, in which the majority of citizens were living in poverty, and the birth rate was, I believe, 7.6 births per woman.
Delegate, may you please conclude your remarks?
Therefore, we have the resources to do so, only if France is able to pay back the money that it stole from Haiti in the first place.
Thank you. I recognize the delegate from Sweden. Granted.
Mentioned that this 21 billion USD debt would be repaid in installments, and it would replace the 1 billion USD fund that developed countries would pay. But how can we ensure that this is effective if what Haiti needs is immediate relief?
Again, this is $21 billion we're talking about. That is, so even just one installment would drastically help the situation in Haiti. And this is by no means replacing the $1 billion provided by the developed nations as outlined by my delegate friend from Switzerland. This is just supplementary in helping the crisis.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from the United Kingdom.
In support of our allies France, we would like to question the submitters of this amendment. If you believe that we should make current geopolitical decisions, especially with this drastic amount of money based on past conflicts such as the Haitian Revolution, what is to say that this is a productive way for us to approach a future perspective as opposed to one stuck on past conflicts?
Well, I don't believe that this is stuck on past concepts, as the Haitian Revolution has had long-standing impacts until today. And this is not to mention any of the incidents that my friend from Iran has mentioned, such as the interference with the Haitian elections. And so I believe that this is a long-standing and much-needed restitution to the Haitian people that France, I believe, is indebted to.
Supplementary?
Granted.
How does it, or rather, would it not simply continue to worsen the existing sort of conflict between Haiti and France to demand this drastic amount of money to be repaid? I mean, would it not be more effective to approach this with a more diplomatic and choice and, I guess, collaboration-based approach, as opposed to just demanding a lot of money that may just go to a corrupt government?
Well, we're not just demanding a bunch of money from France. We are demanding money that will be funneled into social programs which have shown efficacy and are proven time and time again to work. And so we're not just taking money from France and handling it to the Haitian government directly. We are putting it in the safe care of people who actually care about Haitian people.
Thank you.
I recognize the delegate from France.
Bonjour.
May the delegate
Point of information.
Granted.
I would like to ask you where on earth you got this ridiculous idea. First of all, 21 billion US dollars is a preposterous amount of money for one country to be giving to another. Notwithstanding the fact that France has already sent Haiti $13 billion in good faith just in 2023 with our long-standing diplomatic relations. But additionally, You cannot blame a country or hold them accountable for actions that were taken 200 years ago that have little to no influence on the current geopolitical state of today. That is completely ridiculous, outside the bounds of the United Nations, and not conducive to good democratic environment. As a delegation of France, we think that Haiti and France's relationship should not focus on the past, but rather look to the future in encouraging Haiti to develop itself as a free and democratic country. As the delegation of France, I ask this question to you. Where did you get this idea? That is my question.
Well, that number is calculated from the 150 million francs that were demanded in 1825, and given years of inflation and conversion rates, that amounts to 21 billion US dollars. Also, you mentioned your good standing relationship and good faith, but I would like to remind you of the remarks that Iran had made, in which you had meddled in Haiti's elections.
Supplementary.
Granted.
First of all, there is no basis to the fact that we have, as you say, meddled in Haiti's elections. We have a long-standing diplomatic relationship with them. And second of all, I can guarantee as a representative of France that as a veto member of the Security Council, if this clause amendment passes, we will veto the entire resolution, and then Haiti will not have any support at all. Is that truly what you want to achieve from this petty amendment, or would you rather that Haiti is able to make real progress in the future and not focus on the past?
Noted.
Merci beaucoup.
Will the submitter of the amendment, Syria, Pakistan, Qatar, and Jamaica, please indicate if this is a... Algeria, Lebanon, and Malta, please indicate if this is a friendly or unfriendly amendment.
This is a friendly amendment.
Will the submitter of the resolution, Jamaica, please raise their placard if this is a friendly amendment? Oh, sorry.
No.
Seeing as this is an unfriendly amendment, we will now move into voting procedures for the amendment. I would like to remind delegates that since this is a non-privileged motion, there are abstentions. All those in favor? All those against?
Okay. Yeah. It was worth a shot. We tried. It was more than that. It was the message.
All those abstaining? Seeing as there is a minority in favor, this amendment fails. We will be now moving into voting procedures for GA resolution number 005. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pet, and security, bar the doors. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With a majority in favor, this motion clearly passes. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from South Africa.
Point of order? Wait, no. point of, I'm sorry, I'm blanking. Yeah, a point of order.
Granted.
I'd like to request that Resolution 004 regarding civilian casualties and humanitarian danger in Somalia be put into debate.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Anyone? Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, France. Thank you, United Kingdom. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Israel. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker in favor. United Kingdom, please approach the podium.
For the past century, we have witnessed countless failures by the United Nations to address the severe conflict in Somalia. The failure of Canadian-led UN peacekeeping forces there showcased a true failure and the end of UN peacekeeping. As this stands, we would like to take a new step into a better direction to help the people of Somalia. The political situation is extremely unstable and unsafe for civilians, and we believe that as an international community, it is our duty to prioritize this and get things done so that people in Somalia can move on, develop, and live better lives. Thank you.
Thank you, United Kingdom. At this time, I'd like to call up the speaker against. Israel, please approach the podium.
As the speaker against this, I do not believe that the UN can effectively, at this time, reach an amendment or reach a resolution that would effectively bring peace and more prosperity to the people of Somalia. I yield my time to the chair.
Thank you, Israel. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open GA Resolution 004. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion. Therefore, there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the minority in favor, this motion fails. Are there any motions on the floor? I recognize the delegate from Ukraine.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to open Amendment 003.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. Can I have a speaker in favor? Thank you, France. Can I have a speaker against? Thank you, Russian Federation. At this time, I'd like to call out the speaker in favor, France, to please approach the podium.
Bonjour tout le monde. Hello, everybody. This resolution is focusing on the war between Russia and Ukraine, a war which Russia has perpetuated illegally in their invasion of Ukraine, causing extreme and horrible, long-lasting damage to the environment, the infrastructure, and the people of Ukraine. It is vital that the UN recognizes, acknowledges, and condemns Russia's involvement and works towards lasting peace in Ukraine, not only for the good of the countries involved, but for all countries nearby in Europe and around the world. This issue affects not only Russia and Ukraine, but everybody around the world. France has always taken the side of Ukraine in this war, sending humanitarian aid to Ukraine and sanctioning Russia and its allies. And it is imperative that the UN does the same and stands with Ukraine in this illegal war. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you, France. At this moment, I'd like to call up the speaker against Russian Federation to please approach the podium.
Delegates, delegates of the Security Council, the following resolution, while being nominally de-escalatory, is deeply one-sided against the Russian Federation. Russia is a permanent member of the Security Council and will be certainly and without question exercising its veto. As such, discussion should not be opened on this resolution, as it would be a complete and total waste of the Security Council's time. The Security Council is tasked with serious diplomatic engagement to maintain international peace and not to entertain performative resolutions that provoke a member state. I yield my time.
Thank you, Russian Federation. We will now be moving. We will now be moving into voting procedures to open debate on SC Resolution 003. I would like to remind delegates that this is a privileged motion. Therefore, there are no abstentions. All those in favor? All those against? With the majority in favor, this motion passes. We will now open debate on SC Resolution 003. Are there any? I recognize the delegate from the United Kingdom.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to not have the submitter read out the resolution, as that would take up unnecessary time when we can all read with our own eyes.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. I would now like to call upon the seconder of the resolution, Ukraine, to please approach the podium.
Honorable Chair, esteemed delegates and delegation, the delegation of Ukraine stands to second this critical motion. For almost 3 years, Russia's unprovoked invasion has violated Ukraine's sovereignty, displaced millions, and caused immense human suffering. This aggression is not just an attack on Ukraine. It is an assault on principles of international law and the UN Charter itself. We echo the global call for Russia to withdraw its forces immediately and respect Ukraine's territorial integrity. The overwhelming support for the UN resolution condemning this invasion demonstrates that the world stands united against such brutality. Delegates, this is a choice between peace and war, between diplomacy and destruction. Let us act decisively to uphold justice and protect the values we share. Thank you.
Thank you, Ukraine. I'd now like to call upon the negator of the resolution, Russian Federation. Please approach the podium.
The Russian Federation firmly opposes this resolution, which is nothing more than a politically motivated attack designed to isolate and punish Russia while ignoring the broader security context that led to this conflict. This resolution completely disregards Russia's legitimate security concerns, including NATO's continued expansion and Kiev's aggression against Russian-speaking populations in Donetsk and Luhansk. It fails to acknowledge the referenda held in these regions, where the people have democratically chosen to align with Russia. Furthermore, this resolution violates Russia's sovereignty by attempting to dictate our foreign and defensive policies. And the demand for economic reparations is entirely unacceptable. Let us be clear. Any attempt to impose trade sanctions or force Russian troop withdrawals through UN mandates is unrealistic and will not be enforced. As a permanent member of the Security Council, Russia will exercise its veto power against this resolution, making any further debate a futile waste of time. If the international community is serious about peace, it must encourage diplomatic negotiations rather than issuing ultimatums that only escalate tensions.
Thank you, Russian Federation. In lieu of our time constraints, we will be moving straight into our amendments. I'd now like to call the first speaker on the speakers list, Nigeria, to please approach the podium.
Hello, hello, everybody. How's everybody feeling? Good? Hope so. Okay, so as Nigeria, we understand the humanitarian crisis required a united global response. Our nation has consistently worked towards regional and international cooperation, and this amendment reinforces that commitment by calling on all capable states to contribute. We ensure that the burden of support is shared fairly, strengthening our collective response to the crisis.
Thank you, Nigeria. I recognize the delegate from Brazil.
They don't have questions.
I recognize the delegate from Germany.
Point of order.
Granted.
Motion to close this resolution, as Russia has continuously been saying that they will automatically veto and any form of diplomacy or discussing of them paying or removing troops from Ukraine is going to be vetoed, and this discussion of this resolution will be worthless and a waste of time, sadly.
I feel that is very much in order at this time. We will now be moving into voting procedures for SC Resolution 003. This is a non-privileged motion, therefore there are abstentions. Pages, please return to the pit, and security, please bar the doors. All those in favor? All those against? All those abstaining? With the majority in favor, this motion clearly fails. Thank you, all delegates, for participating in the Security Council today. We will be ending debate for our first day of Model United Nations. We have a few reminders for all delegates. The first reminder is to make sure you pick up all your belongings, including those from the coat check. A reminder that the auditorium will be closing in 15 minutes, and that delegates please arrive at 8:15 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you again for participating, and to those driving, please drive safe.